Happy Friday.
Okay. And then Salvado, the juvenile, I think he's on juvenile probation, but there's no hold yet or anything. They didn't want it. Okay, oh, they didn't want it.
You tell me when you're ready to go, Your Honor.
Hold on just a sec. Yeah. We're having, can you still hear me? No. Okay, we're having some technical difficulties, so give us just a second. That one was working for a second. Yeah, it's working over here. Now it's off. Now it's on. Okay. Okay, no problem. But they could still come and see why that monitor is not working. Okay. All right, we're good? All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. IT is going to be coming to try and help us with one of our monitors that's not working, but you can see me okay and hear me okay, right?
Yes, Your Honor, we can.
Super. Then we are ready to go.
Okay. Lieutenant Steelers up. Where's Kirkpatrick? Thank you. All right. No, Salvado. Salvado.
Hi, can I get your full name, please?
Salvado.
Mr. Salvado, I'm seeing you this morning on some new felony charges of aggravated assault with a dangerous instrument, 2 counts, 2 counts of endangerment and felony flight. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I am going to appoint one for you. That will be the public defender's office, and you've got counsel seated next to you right now. Did I hear that there is no probation hold still? Okay, all right. So the state is asking for a $10,000 bond plus pretrial services, given the fact that he is on probation, juvenile probation, and the allegations in this case. Would defense like to be heard?
I haven't seen the interim complaint. I don't fully understand what initiated the contact. But the weapon in question was a vehicle. I don't know. I mean, due to his age, I don't see that he has a significant criminal history. I would just ask for, if your honor's going to hold him with a bond, it be much lower, or release him to allow him to stay with his family.
In your honor, if I could just be
Yes.
a little bit more. So this was there was an officer involved shooting involved with the apprehension of him, and I responded to that last night. And so I'm pretty familiar with this case. There was reports of him committing multiple hit and runs in the city of Tucson, and then this occurred around Vail. Backed into a sheriff's deputy, and as he was fleeing from the sheriff's deputy, he hit another vehicle, and there was a person in between two vehicles and nearly smashed her and causing serious physical injury. But if she were a foot to the right, it would be a very, very different case right now. But fortunately, she was unharmed, but it was very close to her being harmed. He fled from the deputies. They tried to deploy spike strips. He managed to evade some of that. And then they were able to finally apprehend him at gunpoint and had to drag him out of the car. It was a very long chase. There was a lot of risk to the community. He did hit multiple civilian cars along, his route, not cooperative with police. The other thing that I learned is that there is possible DV concerns with him and his mom. I think his mom reports some DV concerns. I don't think that's anything in front of the court right now. I don't have any more information about that, but I do have concerns about him heading back to live with his mom, given, the report that I got last night. So I don't know about the verified housing, and that's a concern that I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I am going to order the $10,000 bond. It'll be cash or secured, released to pretrial services if that bond is posted, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, and I'm ordering, sir, that you do not drive. Preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 12th. All right, sir, you should be hearing from your attorney soon. You understand all of that?
Yes.
Okay. You're excused.
Let me take this.
Yeah.
We're doing misdemeanors now, or is there?
No.
Okay.
This time, Mr. Five.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Yes,
is there any way we can do Mr. Kirkpatrick next?
sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's a British. Kirkpatrick.
Hi, sir, can I get your full name?
Christopher James Kirkpatrick.
Mr. Kirkpatrick, I'm seeing you this morning on charges of aggravated assault, criminal damage, 2 counts of criminal damage, trespass in the 3rd degree, and then 8 counts of disorderly conduct. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated with you right now. I see there are a couple of probation holds, and maxed out on both scales. And the state is asking for a $50,000 bond. Did defense want to be heard?
I mean, I think a bond is appropriate, Your Honor, due to the probation hold, so we defer to the court.
I will order the $50,000 bond. It'll be cash or secured, released to pretrial if that bond is posted. No contact of any kind with any of the alleged victims. No acts of domestic violence, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 12th. All right, sir, so you should be hearing from your attorney soon. Do you understand all of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Another question. Are these felony charges?
Yep.
All of them?
Yep.
Ooh. All right,
You're excused.
thank you. Yeah. It's. Practice. Hello.
Hi.
Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
It's Jason Michael Beal.
Mr. Beal, I'm seeing you because you have a review hearing for your Pinal County warrant.
Yes, ma'am.
And I see that you are still pending your local matters, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're just gonna set another review hearing in about 30 days to see what's happening with the local stuff. So that will be on December 2nd at 9 o'clock in the morning. All right?
Ma'am, I have court on December 2nd out here.
Okay, let's get you a different date then. All right, we'll do it on the 3rd.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Richard John Hendricks Jr.
Mr. Hendricks, I'm seeing you this morning because you have a review hearing for your Pinal County warrant. I see you're still pending your local matters, right?
Yeah.
Do you know when your next court date is?
For this case, it's on the 12th. 12th, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, this month.
all right. I'm gonna set a review hearing for another review hearing for December 2nd at 9 o'clock to see what's happening with your local stuff, okay?
Okay, I had a question.
Yeah.
Was there any way I can get this lowered, the bond?
No, the bond's gonna stay as it is. Yep.
All right.
All right,
That's good. All right. Thank you.
here's you, sir. Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Lawrence Ibarra, 102592.
Mr. Ibarra, I'm seeing you this morning for review hearings for your out-of-county warrants. You've got one out of Pinal and one out of Maricopa, and I see you've still got local matters that are pending. So we're just
Yes, ma'am.
we're gonna set another review hearing in on December 2nd at 9 o'clock in the morning to see what's happening with those, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're
Have a nice
welcome.
day.
You too.
Where's that, Mr. Sukat?
Mhm.
Thank you.
That's good. Bye.
Can I get your full name?
Ivo or Val Demosthenes or Demosthenes.
Okay, I am seeing you this morning on a number of different matters that you have. Looks like you've got warrants out of 3 different jurisdictions, and then you have a new charge of possession of drug paraphernalia from yesterday. So I'm going to hold you on bonds on each of these cases. On your payment, your new charge, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint Janet Altschuler for you in justice court. That's where this new charge is going to be heard. And you will have a video review hearing on November 4th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on that. And I'm going to order that you be held on a $100 cash bond. And then on your, let's see, Marana, you've got a Marana warrant for a shoplifting charge from 2020, and it looks like 3 failures to appear over the years on that. I'm also going to appoint Janet Altschuler to represent you in Marana, so you'll have her for both Justice Court and Marana. And I'm going to order a $250 cash bond on that. And sorry, it copied over everything. Kim, can you tell me his Marana date? Today? Oh, okay. There it is. All right, so you'll actually be seen today at noon by video on this Marana warrant. Yeah. That's okay. So scratch that. It's going to be also on the 4th, but at noon. So you'll be at Marana Court at noon and then Justice Court at 1 on the 4th. All right. And then your Oro Valley warrant is for drug paraphernalia and obstructing a highway that is from September 7th of last year. I'm going to hold you on a $250 cash bond on that case, and I will appoint Richard Glenn to represent you in Oro Valley. That hearing will be on November 6th at 10:30 in the morning. And then you've got several city court warrants. Looks like 5 city court warrants for charges involving criminal trespass and drug paraphernalia, and then failures to appear there. On those charges, I will appoint the city public defender to represent you and hold you on a $250 cash bond. And that hearing will be November 8th at 1:45 in the afternoon. All right, sir, you understand all of that? All right, you're excused.
And go through the middle, open it up, so it's sequence. Oh, that was that. No, we don't open up to Hey, so. Mr. Juarez, your place, come on up. Ready? Have a seat in that brown chair.
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
LaPaul Taylor Juarez.
Mr. Juarez, I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of minor in possession. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'm going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court on this charge. That date is going to be December 3rd at 9:30 in the morning in Pima County Justice Court. You need to get to that hearing or a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
All right, and I'm ordering, sir, that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, okay?
Okay.
All right, you're excused.
Mercado? Are we absent? Or the class have the votes? What?
Yes.
Hey, ma'am, can I get your full name?
It's gonna be Siana, Mahie Paika Oinoi, Mercado, Iona.
Okay, Miss Mercado Iona, I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of domestic violence, disorderly conduct. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Pretrial services did speak with the alleged victim, your boyfriend Dylan, and he says that he does not object to your release and that you're welcome to return to the residence with him at this time. So I am going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court. I'm ordering that you commit no further acts of domestic violence. And your hearing in Pima County Justice Court will be December 3rd at 10:30 in the morning. You need to get to that hearing or a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Snyder? No?
Can we do this on?
Sit down.
Form 5. Yeah. 5-1.
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Miles Drive, Snyder.
Mr. Snyder, I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of domestic violence, disorderly conduct. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Pretrial services spoke with the alleged victim, your mother. She said that she does object to your release from custody and you cannot return to her residence at this time. She does still want to have contact with you though, at least over the phone. So all right, so sir, I'm gonna order that you be held on a $250 cash bond in this case. If you do post that bond, I'm ordering that you that you not return to your mother's residence. I'm ordering that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, that you commit no acts of domestic violence, and that you possess no firearms or weapons. And I'm ordering that you get a behavioral health assessment. And if you're still in custody, you will be seen on the 4th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If you post that bond, you'd need to be in Pima County Justice Court on the 4th at 1 o'clock or a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand all of that, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused. Oh,
Lisa, what?
and sir, I'm sorry, Mr. Snyder. Forgot one thing. I'm going to appoint an attorney for you in Justice Court. That's going to be Janet Altshuler. All right, sir?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Sorry, now you're excused.
Now, Ms. Snyder.
Black.
It's nice.
Black, yes, I'm sorry. Lisa Black.
Hi, ma'am, can I get your full name, please?
Lisa Lorraine Black.
Ms. Black, I'm seeing you this morning on charges of disorderly conduct and assault. Those are domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I am going to enter pleas of not guilty for you at this time. You do have the right to an attorney, although not necessarily at court expense. And you are ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss your hearings, they can go forward in your absence. Warrants can issue for your arrest. And if you are convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. So ma'am, I am going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court. Pretrial services was able to speak with the alleged victim, your partner. He says that you are welcome to return home. He wants to have contact with you. So I am going to order that you be released. I'm ordering that you possess or consume no alcohol or illegal drugs and that you commit no further acts of domestic violence. You understand all of that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then you need to be in Tucson City Court on December 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon, or warrant can issue for your arrest, okay?
Okay.
All right, you're
Like
excused.
paper that tells me the address.
Yes,
I will.
you're gonna get paperwork with all of that. Yep,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
Marcus Golden.
Hi, can I get your full name?
DeMarcus Ray Bolden II.
Mr. Bolden, I am seeing you this morning on charges of assault, criminal damage, and disorderly conduct. Those are domestic violence offenses. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney, although not necessarily at court expense. I'm going to enter pleas of not guilty for you at this time and advise you that you are ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss your hearings, they can go forward in your absence. Warrants can issue for your arrest. And if you're convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. Sir, I'm going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court. Pretrial services was able to speak with the alleged victim, your girlfriend, Jasmine. She did not object to your release from custody, and she says that you're welcome to return to her residence. So I'm going to order that you be released and that you commit no further acts of domestic violence, and you need to be in Tucson City Court on December 3rd at 1:30 in the afternoon, or a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused.
So say that. It's fine to help you. Hey, don't. Sit down.
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Nate Spade.
Mr. Speed, I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of domestic violence assault. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I am going to enter a plea of not guilty for you at this time, and I will advise you that you have you're ordered to appear at all of your hearings. If you miss any of your hearings, warrants can issue for your arrest, and they can go forward in your absence. And if you're convicted at a trial and you can't be sentenced within 90 days of the conviction, you could lose your right to a direct appeal. So Sir, I'll tell you, I'm not quite sure what to do, whether to keep you in custody or not. It seems like your mother has concerns about, that's your mother, Dana, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
She's concerned about, her safety and whether or not this kind of behavior is going to, continue. She did tell pretrial services that you could return to her home, but I'm concerned about doing that if she's got concerns about her safety. So if you couldn't return to her home, do you have somewhere else to go?
Shane, I don't know.
So I just want to make sure if I release you that you are not going to put your hands on anybody.
Right, Your Honor.
You agree to that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to order that you be released on your promise to appear in court. I am ordering that you commit no further acts of domestic violence. And you need to be in Tucson City Court on December 3rd at 3:00 in the afternoon, or a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor, but am I being put on a jail sentence?
No, I'm going to release you from jail today. So, and then you need to get to court in December to talk to Judge Million about what's going to happen after this. Actually, no, I'm going to set this in front of Judge Mayhew, on December 2nd at 9:30. So you're going to get paperwork with that information on it, okay? When you need to be in court.
Okay.
All right? All right, sir, you're excused.
Thanks, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Yes. Right.
Are we doing this Spanish speaker first? It doesn't matter to me. I would like to get rid of, pull up everything. Yeah. That's not right. What's your last name?
Dooley.
Hi, sir, can I get your full name?
Rayshawn Dooley.
All right, Mr. Dooley, I'm seeing you this morning on a couple of different matters. You have a new felony charge of aggravated DUI and child abuse. And then you've got a case out of city court that we'll deal with next. As to the felony, you do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you right now. The state is asking for a $35,000 bond on this case. And can the jail confirm there's still no probation hold?
There's not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so there's a lot going on here. Prior felonies, prior DUI, on probation, and kid in the car, very high scores on the scales. Defense.
In his favor, Your Honor, he does report employment and housing. However, in light of the criminal history and the likely probation hold, we defer to the court as to the bond amount.
Yes. Can I say something, Judge?
You're doing all on probation?
Yeah, I'm.
That doesn't mean that they're not. Okay.
No, I'm just saying. So, like, I'm trying to get back, and I don't have any money. I'm hoping we can. I'm not running from anybody. I'm on IPS. I'm
Sir,
doing everything
given the fact that you were on probation and these new allegations being as serious as they are with a kid in the car, I am going to hold you on a high bond. And I expect that they're going to place a probation hold on you. Even if you were doing well at the time, this would be a violation of your probation. So I'm going to order a $25,000 bond that'll be cash or secured, released to pretrial services if that bond is posted. I'm ordering, sir, that you do not drive. I'm ordering no alcohol or illegal drugs, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial, and preliminary hearing is scheduled for November 12th. And then let's deal with this city court case. Oh, there was a motion to quash that was scheduled for this morning, so we'll vacate that. And these are charges of custodial interference and criminal trespass. They're domestic violence offenses that are alleged to have occurred in March of this year. On those charges, I'm going to order a $250 cash bond, and we'll appoint the city public defender to represent you there. And that hearing will be a video review hearing if you're still in custody on November 13th at 1:30 with Judge Millian. If you do end up posting that bond and you're not held by probation, you would need to get to city court on this matter on December 2nd at 2:00 in the afternoon. You understand, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're excused.
Oh, there's a charge on here. You want charge on here? Sorry.
This is just what you were arrested for. It may not be what you're indicted for, okay?
All right, thank you. So we have for left-hand side. Your Honor, the next matter is Mr. Ramirez, the Spanish interpreter.
Thank you.
Pásale, señor. Así.
And the interpreter is on the line, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi, sir, can I get your full name, please?
Señor, ¿me da su nombre completo, por favor?
Jesús Ramírez Hernández.
Jesús Ramírez Hernández.
Mr. Ramirez Hernandez, I am seeing you this morning on the following charges: 2 counts of kidnapping, 2 counts of aggravated robbery with an accomplice, 2 counts of armed robbery with a deadly weapon, and 2 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Y señor Ramírez Hernández, le estoy viendo aquí por múltiples cargos, 2 cargos por secuestro, 2 cargos por robo con agravantes con un cómplice, 2 cargos por robo a mano armada con un arma mortífera y 2 cargos por agresión con un arma mortífera.
You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Tiene derecho a permanecer en silencio. Cualquier cosa que diga puede se usará en su contra.
You do have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for today's hearing.
Y tiene derecho a un abogado. Yo voy a nombrar a la Defensoría Pública para que lo represente, y en este momento tiene a su lado sentado un abogado, una abogada.
I see that there is an ICE hold, and the state is asking for a $75,000 cash bond.
Y veo que hay una retención por el Departamento de Inmigración ICE y la Fiscalía está pidiendo que se fije una fianza de $75,000.
Did defense want to be heard on that?
We defer to the court. I'm
Lo
sorry.
dejamos a la consideración de la juez.
All right, I will order a $75,000 cash bond.
Voy a ordenar una fianza de $75,000 en efectivo.
Preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 12th.
Y la fecha para la audiencia preliminar va a ser el 12 de noviembre.
And sir, your attorney should be getting in contact with you soon.
Señor, y su abogado se va a poner en contacto con usted pronto.
Do you understand all of that?
¿Comprende todo eso? Yes.
You are excused.
Ya se puede retirar.
And the interpreter is excused too. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Interpreter will now disconnect.
Are we not doing a Costa? Was on me. I don't see it on the list.
The Dominican,
Yeah,
you see nicely.
Okay.
You tell them to
thank you. Yeah, okay, so that makes sense, because when I looked him up to see if he had other bonds, there was already a bond there. And I was like, I just.
I know, some people are on proceedings.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Have a seat. Here,
Are you Mr. Carrillo?
Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Esteban Roman Kane.
Mr. Kane, I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of criminal trespass in the first degree. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you for today's hearing. I do see that there's a probation hold. State is asking for a $10,000 bond. Did defense want to be heard on that?
We defer to the court in light of the hold.
All right, I'll order a $5,000 cash or secured bond released to pretrial if that bond is posted. Don't return to the incident location. And preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 12th. So, sir, you should be hearing from your attorney soon, okay? All right, you're excused.
Thanks.
Your name?
Can I get your phone?
Starletta Medina.
Ms. Medina, I'm seeing you this morning on a couple of different matters. You've got new felony charges of aggravated DUI and child abuse, and then misdemeanor charges of speeding, no driver's license, DUI, and possessing an open container in a vehicle. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you have counsel seated next to you right now. The state is asking for a $2,500 bond, given the allegations here of driving with a high BAC with 5 minors in the car and speeding as well. Defense want to be heard?
Just have 1 second, Judge.
Yeah. They said, do you have something to stay here then? Yeah, I have my best friend just moved out here.
So, we're asking for release. Miss Medina does not have prior felony convictions. She does have local housing available. Her children stay with her. She's just recently moved to Tucson, and so they do not have additional other housing available in Tucson.
And so how old are the children that live with you?
My children, 9, 8, 4 years old, and 10 months.
So who were the teenagers that were in the car with you?
My friends' kids, my nieces and nephews, that's what I call them.
Okay, all right, don't say anything else. All right. Ma'am, I'm gonna order that you be released to pretrial services. So you need to check in with them when you get out, ordering monitoring or treatment as directed by them. I am gonna order them to monitor you for drugs and alcohol.
If you don't comply with that, we'll come back and investigate. Make sure that you do.
I'm also ordering that you do not drive at this time, so you're gonna have to find another way to get transportation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, no alcohol or illegal drugs.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've got what's called a preliminary hearing date scheduled for November 21st, but that hearing is very likely not going to happen on that date. You're going to get a hearing at a later date. So it's going to be very important that you're in touch with pretrial and with your attorney so that you know when to get to court, because if you miss court, a warrant can issue for your arrest. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
All right. And then you're also going to get a separate court date for the misdemeanors. This one is going to be a set date that you need to get to. That's going to be December 3rd at 9:30.
Ma'am.
Is that at city court, Your Honor, or just?
That's at justice court. And so I'm ordering release on your promise to appear there and the same release conditions. All right.
Was it December 2nd? Sorry.
Yes, no, that's okay. It was December 3rd at 9:30 in justice court.
I'll call them and buy your adjournment. I think you're not. I'm finished.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still live on the start of the. Balden,
Wake up, Pentes. Delgato, Govan, Landeros, Martinez, Moreno, Pentes. Everybody, let's move. Nope, all the names are first. Mr. First of all, and safety, pensions. Everybody, guys have a seat, please.
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Stephen Christopher Creo.
Mr. Creo, I am seeing you this morning on charges of narcotic drug sales, possession of drug paraphernalia, weapons misconduct, and possession of dangerous drug. I believe that's also for sale. And illegal conducting of an enterprise conspiracy, and then simple drug possession as well. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you right now. The state's asking for a $35,000 bond, given the lengthy history of sales and firearm possession and prior failures on probation. And I'll note there was a very large amount of drugs that were found in this case. So defense, did you want to be heard?
You're gonna, I mean, I would anticipate a bond in light of the charges and his criminal history. Just note that he does have local address available and ask the court to consider something less than 35,000.
Or TFB and over to 45.
I'll order a $25,000 bond and release to pretrial services if that bond is posted. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial. And preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 12th. But sir, if you end up posting that bond, you need to make sure that you're in touch with pretrial services, okay?
Thank you.
All right, you're excused.
I don't know. I'm set for, that's it.
Hi, can I get your full name, please?
Kimberly Lorraine Delgado.
Ms. Delgato, I'm seeing you this morning on charges of possession of a dangerous drug and possession of drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. So ma'am, it looks like you've got a lack of prior criminal history and the state's okay with you being released to pretrial services. It also looks like you are very likely eligible for a drug diversion program where if you get to court in a week, I'm going to give you that date in a second, and you are eligible for that program, you could do drug treatment in exchange for having these charges never formally filed, which would be really great for you because, like I said, you have no history. So are you interested in that?
Absolutely.
All right. So I'm going to order that you be released to the third-party supervision of pretrial. So you'll check in with them when you get out. I'm ordering monitoring or treatment as directed by them and no alcohol or illegal drugs. Your smart court hearing, that's the one I was telling you about that you need to get to in a week to find out if you're eligible for that program. That is next Friday, November 8th at 9 o'clock in the morning in Superior Court. And will counsel waive time on the PH?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that'll be December 16th. All right, ma'am. So when you get out, you're going to check in with pretrial, you're going to check in with your attorney at the public defender, and most importantly, you are going to be in Superior Court next Friday at 9 o'clock, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Make sure you check that and have their Superior Court.
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Alfredo.
Mr. Govan, I am seeing you this morning on a charge of domestic violence, aggravated assault for impeding the airway. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the Public Defender's Office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you right now. The state is asking for a $30,000 bond plus pretrial services, given the prior history and the nature of the offense. And I understand that the alleged victim is on the line and wants to be heard. Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Sabrina Govan.
And what would you like me to know?
I just wanted to let it be known that I don't object to him being released. I would like to have contact with him. We have a 1-year-old and a baby on the way, and I was just requesting if he is given a bond for it to not be really high, because he is the only sole provider financially, and we have no money. Like, he's the only one working.
So I'm really concerned, given the allegations. I am mostly concerned about the Form 4C that was filled out with the police that shows a very, very high risk of repeated behavior to you, ma'am. And so no matter what I do, my intent is to order no contact at this time. And so,
Your Honor, we have a baby on the way. Like, I have appointments, we have a 1-year-old. Like, I understand that the questionnaire came out the way that it did, but I was, my emotions were super, super high at the moment. Like, I didn't want to lie, but I technically didn't want to be. It was just hard, my emotions were super, super high at that time. I was nervous. I was anxious. Like, he's my husband. We live together. We have for the past 7 years. I can't not have contact with him. We have a baby together. I'm pregnant. Like, I need to talk to him. I depend on him 100% financially.
okay. All right. Thank you very much for being here. And I'd like to hear more from the state on their position.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand the victim's, position and her fear of financial instability. There's a baby coming along the way. My fear and the state's fear is for her and the risk that he presents to her, given the history and given the evaluations that are happening in the case. It's unfortunate, but he put himself in this situation, and then other people pay the consequences.
Where else?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, we're getting a house. My brother got another property. I mean, if there's have to be contacted.
Yeah.
That can provide for her without having contact with her. No,
And just some more information is that Mr. Galvan's brother and sister-in-law are here in the courtroom, and I know that he can help provide a residence apart from the victim if that's what is going to happen. I'll hear from defense.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm glad they're there to verify that he does have this third-party housing available. He has indicated that he's absolutely willing to allow contact to only be about the children and as minimal as the court orders, but is also happy to continue providing financial support to her and the children as well, while remaining separate.
All right. I'm going to order that you be released to pretrial services, sir. I am ordering that you not have contact, though, with your wife, other than to talk over the phone about your children. So you cannot go to her residence. and you can't contact her about anything else. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a question.
Yes.
As far as the vehicles, I need a vehicle to work. How would I go about that?
Uh,
Both vehicles are at the house. So.
Oh, okay. So I'll put in my order that you can return to the house one time with a law enforcement escort to collect your personal belongings. So you would take my court order to the nearest police station and they will go with you to get whatever you need. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Couple of other orders: no alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons, and monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial. Your preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 21st. But that hearing is very likely not going to happen on that date. You're going to get a hearing at a later date, so you need to make sure that you are in contact with pretrial and with your attorney so that you know when to get to court. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I just want to be clear, because sometimes it's confusing when a victim wants to have contact. It does not matter what her position is as far as the court is concerned. The court orders that you have no contact with her other than over the phone about the children. Is that clear? All right. All right. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. Archie.
Yeah. I'm going to put that in my order so that that's not a problem. Okay. Yeah. Yes, please. Thank you.
That's all right. Was that like an apartment or something? And do you have transportation to get to work?
Yeah. I'm going to Methadone now. I'm pretty stable now.
You're what? I'm sorry.
Been going to Methadone for 1 month. I'm pretty stable now.
Okay. Glad to hear it.
Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Archie Hart. Archie Keys Hart.
All right, Mr. Hart, I'm seeing you on a few different matters. You've got a new charge of shoplifting. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You've also got a couple of warrants, one out of city court and one out of superior court. The superior court warrant is for dangerous drug and drug paraphernalia charges from May 9th of this year, and a warrant issued when you did not appear at your arraignment. I'm going to see what pretrial services has to say about what happened there. It looks like you were previously released to the supervision of pretrial services back in May, and then last made contact with them in June.
Yeah.
And you told pretrial services that you didn't go to court because of a medical emergency. So what's that about? Okay.
Sorry,
All right. On The warrant, I'm going to order the $500 cash or secured bond and release to pretrial. If that bond is posted, no alcohol or illegal drugs, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial. You'll have an arraignment next week in Superior Court. That's November 8th at 1:30. All right, and then on this new shoplifting charge, that's going to be handled out of Pima County Justice Court. I'm going to order a $100 cash bond on that, and I will appoint Adam Waters to represent you there.
That's all the cash I got. I can't post no more money than that.
Right. Your hearing is scheduled for November 4th at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. If you do post that bond, you need to get to that hearing. If you don't post the bond, then you'll be at a review hearing on that date. And then you've got this warrant out of city court.
And she said Moreno and the sheriff.
All right, the city court warrant is for a petition to revoke probation on some cases that you have there. On that matter, I'll order another $100 cash bond.
I'll just stay then.
Okay.
You learned it.
And you'll be seen on November 7th at 1:45 in the afternoon.
I don't see how you think that people shoplifting can pay all these bonds and stuff. It's crazy.
Is there an attorney appointed in the city court case, Your Honor?
Yes, thank you. That is the city public defender.
Thank you.
All right, sir, that's all here. Excused. Hi, ma'am. Can I get your full name?
Alexis Landeros.
Ms. Landeros, I'm seeing you on a warrant that you have out of Superior Court for failure to appear at your arraignment for dangerous drug, narcotic drug, and drug paraphernalia charges from June 23rd of this year. I'll look at pretrial services information to see what happened. All right, so it looks like you were enrolled in steps, but that didn't work. And so they indicted you, and then it says you were last in contact with pretrial services in July. So you did not come to your arraignment. Where do you have housing right now?
No.
You don't? So I'm inclined then, ma'am, to hold you on a $500 bond, and then you're going to be seen in Superior Court for your arraignment next week with me. And it's very likely you'll end up getting screened for a program where they can help you out with housing. How does that sound? I know nobody wants to stay in custody, but I'm just afraid if I release you, I'm not going to see you again, and then I'm going to have to hold you on a higher bond.
I have a phone. Now I just at the time I wasn't able to figure out any of the information about coming to the pretrial services.
Okay.
And it sounds like an excuse, but
Will you go visit? There's the transition center that's right outside of the jail. If I release you, will you go visit with them and see about getting housing today?
yes.
And then you'll be in court with me next week.
Yeah, I will.
All right. And I'm going to order you released to pretrial services. The public defender is appointed to represent you, and you need to be in court with me next Friday, 1 week from today, November 8th at 1:30. Okay, go check in with the transition center and see if they can get you a place to stay until then. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm ordering no alcohol or illegal drugs and monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial. All right, ma'am. I'll see you next week.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Martinez.
Hi, ma'am. Can I get your full name?
Francisca Martinez.
Ms. Martinez, I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of aggravated DUI. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you right now. All right, state is asking for a $2,500 bond plus pretrial services, given the fact that she is currently on probation for a misdemeanor DUI. It depends.
Your Honor, if you're going to impose a bond, we'd ask for something slightly lower. She is employed, but it is as a custodian, so 2,500 may be unattainable for her.
Ma'am, I'm going to order that you be released to the third-party supervision of pretrial services, but I am ordering that you do not drive. Do you understand that order?
Yes.
No alcohol or illegal drugs, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial services. And you've got a preliminary hearing date that is scheduled for November 21st, but that hearing is very likely not going to happen on that date. You're going to get a hearing at a later date. So it's very important that you are in touch with pretrial services and with your attorney so that you know when to get to court. Okay?
Okay.
All right. You're excused.
Sorry, Your Honor, for some reason I missed that PH date. Can I have that one more time?
November 21st.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moreno.
Hi, ma'am. Can I get your full name?
Anandina Moreno.
Miss Moreno, I am seeing you this morning on a number of different matters. You've got new charges of possession of a dangerous drug, promoting prison contraband, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I am going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated next to you right now. It looks like I'm also seeing you on new misdemeanor charges of DUI and DUI drug metabolite. Those are going to be handled out of Pima County Justice Court. And then it appears that you are on misdemeanor probation for another DUI, and you've got several warrants out of city court. And then you've also got a warrant out of Superior Court for dangerous drug, narcotic drug paraphernalia from last year. And warrant was issued in December when you did not go to Superior Court for that matter. So state is asking for a $2,500 bond on these new drug charges and a $5,000 bond on the warrant case. Did defense want to be heard?
I mean, I think there's gonna be a whole handful of bonds, Your Honor. I've just asked that they be, somewhat nominal in light of the number of bonds she's gonna have and, the nature of the charges.
All right. Okay, so let's start with the Superior Court warrant. I'm gonna order a $500 cash or secured bond in that matter, released to pretrial if that bond is posted. Public defender is appointed. Monitoring or treatment as directed. No alcohol or illegal drugs. And arraignment is scheduled in Superior Court for November 8th at 1:30. On the new felony drug charges. I'm going to order a $2,500 cash or secured bond and release to pretrial. If that bond is posted, same conditions of release and preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 12th. On the new DUI, misdemeanor DUI charges. I'm going to order a $1,000 cash or secured bond. Do not drive without a valid driver's license, no alcohol or illegal drugs, and we will appoint Caitlin Waters to represent you in Justice Court. And that hearing will be a video review hearing on November 4th at 1:00 in the afternoon. If you were to post those bonds, you would need to be in Justice Court on that date and time. And then City Court. Looks like we've got 3 cases, 2 from 2020, 1 from 2023 that involve shoplifting, drug paraphernalia, criminal trespass, obstruction, criminal damage, and DUI. I'm going to order a $500 cash or secured bond in those matters and appoint the city public defender to represent you there. That hearing, video review hearing, will be on November 8th at 1:45. You understand all of that, ma'am? All right, you're excused.
Quantum.
Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
My name is Glenn.
Mr. Wanzen, I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of aggravated domestic violence. Why don't you? All right. Okay, so I'm seeing you this morning on a charge of aggravated domestic violence. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I'm going to appoint the public defender's office to represent you, and you've got counsel seated with you for today's hearing. State is asking for a $20,000 bond plus pretrial.
Is the 20,000?
Hold on. All right, and there are 2 misdemeanor charges, priors, involving the same alleged victim, although it looks like he was released early from probation. So, Mr. Moser, I know you put in your report, in your recommendation, that you hadn't seen the pretrial services report at the time. You noted the 2 prior DV convictions, but we can see that what the outcome of those were. Do you want to change your recommendation at all?
I'll leave it the way it is. He has the 2 prior DVs that ended earlier this year. It's very concerning that he's coming back to the residence, climbing through the window, and then he engages in this kind of altercation. And so, it's the continuing harm to the victim. Thank you.
And the victim's position to pretrial services was that she does not want to have, well, it's confusing. It says that the defendant is welcome to return home, but that she does not want to have further contact with him and does not object to his release from custody. So I'm not sure how to read that.
We're not doing that today.
All right, I'll hear from defense. You're ready?
Are you doing well?
I'm doing very good.
Okay.
My probation officer is also aware of the situation
Okay.
of everything. And
So it sounds
currently waiting for a therapist. To talk about it.
So, Your Honor, I saw that he's on federal probation. He's indicating that his federal probation officer is already aware of this incident. He is working on getting a therapist set up at La Frontera, and he's otherwise been compliant with probation. So there is a chance that he is not going to have a hold put on him. He reports housing and employment, and I believe the housing is separate from the victim. So if we can put some orders in place limiting contact, we'd ask for his release.
All right, yeah, and I do see that there was pretrial services was able to verify residence apart from the victim. Do you share a child with her?
Yes, we do, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to order that you be released to the third-party custody pretrial services, monitoring or treatment as directed by them. No alcohol or illegal drugs, no acts of domestic violence, no firearms or weapons. I'm going to order that you not return to the residence and that you have no contact with the alleged victim other than I will allow for telephonic contact regarding your child only. Do you understand that?
Your Honor, I missed. Can you state those release conditions again? I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I'm releasing him to pretrial.
Okay, yes.
Monitoring or treatment as directed by them, no acts of domestic violence, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons, no contact with the alleged victim other than telephonic contact regarding the children or child. All right, and do not go to the victim's residence or workplace. I will put in my order that you can return one time with a police escort to get your personal belongings. So you would take my order to the nearest police station and ask them to go with you to get your things, okay? All right, your excuse, sir. Oh, and preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 21st, but that hearing is very likely not going to happen on that date. You're going to get a hearing at a later date. Make sure you're in touch with pretrial and with your attorney so that you know when to get to court, okay?
All right, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Yeah.
Wendy?
Hey, sir, can I get your full name?
Efraín Mauricio Puentes.
Mr. Puentes, I'm seeing you on a couple of different matters. Looks like you've got a new misdemeanor charge of open container in a vehicle, but I do not have a probable cause statement on that one, so I'm not going to hold you on that. And then there is a felony warrant for disorderly conduct with a weapon and discharge of firearm in a city limits. And those are allegations from July 6th of this year. And the warrant lists a $50,000 bond. Mr. Moser, did you have a recommendation on this one?
Yes, did the court get the recommendation?
I don't think I did on this one, or I'm not seeing it here.
Okay, I'm gonna send it over.
Do you see it? Okay, the clerk has it. She's going to give it to me.
Okay.
Okay, so the state's recommendation is the $50,000. Given the allegations here, and I understand that defense probably doesn't know what they are. It on the recommendation, it states that he threatened staff at Fantastics, firing a round into the air and telling them, "I got 16 shots for y'all." I'm seeing no prior criminal history. All right, what's defense's request?
Your Honor, in light of that, he has housing, employment, there's no other criminal history. I'm working with a bare minimum of information here. I'd ask for his release today.
Mr. Moser, do you want to be heard any further?
No, Your Honor, the what I put on the recommendations is basically what the facts of the case would be, alleged.
Right. I think given the lack of prior history and the fact that these allegations are from July and there's no new charges, I'm going to order a release to pretrial services. But sir, I am ordering that you have no firearms or weapons in your possession. Do you understand that order?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm ordering that you have no contact of any kind with any alleged victims and that you not return to Fantastics.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you need to check in with pretrial services when you're released, monitoring or treatment as directed by them. I'm appointing the legal defender's office to represent you, so check in with them as well. Preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 21st. But sir, that hearing is very likely not going to happen on that date. You're going to get a hearing at a later date, so you need to make sure that you're in touch with pretrial services so that you know when to get to court so that a warrant doesn't issue for your arrest, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on this misdemeanor open container, I don't have probable cause, so I'm going to order that that charge be dismissed without prejudice.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
So there's pretrial services and then they said that in your case for next, well, it's Friday, so call it. So you need to call them when as soon as you get the hearing or they open the office. They're the ones who kind of interview and this is pending. So they'll tell you, call me every week, let me know. And then you're gonna have some sort of information. That's the way you present to them. Please. So you call them first, let them know how to come to you, and you should know all that information. And then on that day, on safe services. I'm sorry. So before you get released from the jail, they'll talk to them. And then this is done. Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Our last name, come over here.
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Tommy Sukat.
Mr. Suksavat, I'm seeing you this morning on charges of possession of narcotic drug for sale, 2 counts, possession of a dangerous drug for possession of marijuana for sale, possession of a firearm during a drug offense, weapons misconduct for being a prohibited possessor. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to an attorney. I will appoint the public defender's office to represent you. You have counsel seated next to you right now for today's hearing. The state is asking for a $40,000 bond given the allegations here involving a very large amount of various drugs and prior history. Defense?
Assuming Your Honor is going to put in a bond, I would just ask the court to consider he does have housing and employment available, so something less than 40,000.
I'll order a $35,000 bond. It'll be cash or secured, released to pretrial if that bond is posted, monitoring or treatment as directed, no alcohol or illegal drugs, no firearms or weapons. And preliminary hearing date is scheduled for November 12th. But if you do post that bond, sir, you need to make sure you're in touch with pretrial so that you know when to get to court, okay? You're excused.
And
Hi, sir. Can I get your full name?
Lee Michael Strand.
Mr. Strand, I'm seeing you this morning on a few different matters. You do have new felony charges of dangerous drug possession and drug paraphernalia. And then you've got many warrants out of city court. For drug charges, shoplifting, etc. So counsel, the state is okay with pretrial services on the felony charges. I'm going to hold him on some bond on the city court matters. Do you want me to have him released to pretrial services on these charges and then, or would we?
Are we setting a steps hearing?
Should be.
Then let's do a bond because he'll be released on that at the steps hearing if he gets steps.
Okay. Mr. Moser, you didn't mark steps, but there should be one, right? Or smart. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna be eligible for a pre-diversion program, so you're gonna need credit just in case way down the incarceration. Well, you would be released steps. I'll explain to you after. Just listen. Just listen for now.
So
You're being
on the felony charges, I'm ordering a $250 cash or secured bond released to pretrial if that bond is posted, monitoring or treatment as directed by pretrial, and no alcohol or illegal drugs. Smart court hearing is scheduled for November 8th at 9 o'clock. And preliminary hearing date will be November 12th. And then on these city court matters, I'm going to order a $500 cash bond, appoint the city public defender, and video review hearing will be November 8th at 1:45.
Was that the PD assigned for the felony?
Yes.
So she was gonna hold your custody for criminals, so that's sort of so you couldn't credit based on future in this case, but you're gonna have and hopefully you're program of ways. Join the look up the extend this list to before it's ever to or say okay. So you should be someone from the team on this nice speed to come to support you. That's the sort of best great. All
right, so what's my total bond?
$750
Today.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Valenzuela.
See,
Hi, ma'am. Can I get your full name, please?
Right, Kate Teresa Valenzuela.
Miss Valenzuela, I am seeing you this morning on charges of is she being charged with sales? Right, Mr. Moser, is it? This should be sales, right?
It could be, but they didn't put anything in the interim complaint that indicated, based upon their opinion that this is amount possessed for sale.
Okay.
Absent that, just the amount, but without their opinion, I don't think there's probable cause for that.
Okay. All right. All right. So for now, you're being charged with possession of a dangerous drug and possession of narcotic drug. You do have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. Mr. Moser, should I set a smart court?
I would do that because that would those get an expedited review.
All right.
And so once we get the actual documents, we'll either, keep the smart hearing or we'll set projector and have a different type of hearing.
All right. So, ma'am, the state is okay with you being released to the third-party supervision of pretrial services. So that's what I'm going to order. You need to check in with them when you get out. I'm ordering monitoring or treatment as directed by them. No alcohol or illegal drugs. And we're going to set what's called a smart court hearing in Superior Court in 1 week from today. You need to be in Superior Court on November 8th at 9 o'clock in the morning to find out whether or not you're eligible for a drug diversion program. And counsel waive time on the PH.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so that'll be December 16th.
Was that PD?
And that is PD. Right.
So if you show up for this and you're eligible, because they still have to screen your case, if you participate in treatment, the case will be dismissed. So this is definitely in your best interest. We are going to offer it to you to be, yes, whoever is covering Friday, that Friday, they can talk to you about letting go to one. Okay.
Okay, thanks everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you so much.